to make sure that things normalize. Our baby rose and stretched her slim frame wearily. Sleep still weighed heavily on her eyelids. She yawned as she rubbed off the soft moth aside her eyes. The moon was full and bright in the sky. Its rays beamed in through the various cracks on the mud wall, falling over the mat and other objects in the hut. As a baby made to cross the mat on which she had slept by the side of her child, her foot hit the oil which lay on the stand by the mat. The lamp broke into several pieces. The noise made the baby cry in its innocent sleep. A baby hissed. She quickly laid a hand on the baby, rocking it back to sleep again. Then she used her right foot to spot the broken pieces of the clay lamp. She gazed out through the small slit in the hut. The moon still bloomed over the village, causing long shadows of huts and autumn tree scattered all over the village against the walls. It had traveled far down horizontal, ready to disappear behind the mountain, which was at the other end of the village. The villagers of Oriri believed that the home of the moon and the sun was behind the mountain. As soon as the moon went behind the mountain, thick darkness fell on the whole land. If you were not from the village, you wouldn't think the night was still there. Then you will be deceived to sleep on and on. But a baby was a woman of village who understood the different signs of the times and the seasons. She would gape at the position of the sun in the sky accurately. Talk time days. It was a casual glance at the mountain and guess if it will rain or not. So looking at position of the moon in the sky, she knew that it was daybreak. It was the howling of her husband's dogs that had woken her up in the first instance, and she had returned to her place on the mat by side. On her child fell into round sleep. Just then, a cock had crowed. Distance, others all over the village had joined, and the village had been drawn to loud. Now, the deep voice of the muezzin and the tiny dog of the church bell overwhelmed the village. A baby hissed again. Her body was stiff and sore. What a short night, she murmured. She knew that sometimes sometimes there were shorter days and longer nights, but now the days and the nights were equal. She found a matching box under her head pillow. She struck a match and lit the reserved clay oil lamp, which she had kept on the wooden track over the slit. She felt heartbeat of her child. The breathing was fat and fresh. This was a sign of good health, and it made a little light of joy glow in the heart. She let the child sleep on. She withdrew her hand to remove the latch. She had first on the door. She swung the door open. Misty breeze blew her on the face, and she hastily shut the door. She wiped her face with the edge of a wrapper and opened the door again. This time, she went into the open. As she hurried into the shanty kitchen, which stood in front of the living hut, she observed a stretch of light cloud moving towards direction of the mountain. Oh, it may rain this morning, she thought, but not for sure. She would have been sure if the cloud had been thick and heavy. Anytime there was a thick cloud of vapor on the mountain, it rained in torrents. It never failed. By the time she was through with her morning chores, the villagers had woken up. Muslims and Christians exchanged brief greetings as they made to their places of worship. Even some other people with their chewing sticks in their mouth, hurrying to their farms, waved hands. In haste, a baby prepared for the farm. With a rag she wrapped her sleeping child to her back. Picking her axe, she headed for the forest. Her husband was hunter. He had left home to prevent night to hunt in the big forest by the foot of the mountain. She was not Azuri if he would stay back for the early morning hunting on the cornfields. Nowadays, the calls were visible, caused and become distractive. This explained why the natives of already left for their farms. At dawn, every day, to scare away the animals by the beating of gongs around their farms. A baby walked past three young girls going to the stream which served as a boundary between the big forest and the village. Their clay pot sat delicately on their padded heads. The girls wore dark faces and they were not talking. One of them recognized Abibi. She hissed and spat a gulp of saliva on the ground. Useless woman, she said. What is the matter? What is the matter? Mother told me it's a bad omen to meet the useless things early in the morning. She will affect you with her ill luck. It shall really be true, asking the third girl. Don't you know, my mother too once told me that she and her husband carry bad luck about. If you are with a bad luck, everywhere you go, it follows you, said the first girl with disgust on her face. Ah, God forbid. Me, I didn't see her, so bad luck will not follow me. The third girl said and snapped her fingers over her head. No, but you saw her first, and it is you who said the second girl to the first. No, no, you are cursing her. I will tell mother you cursed her, said the girl. It's not only me, but all of us saw her, protected the first girl. It's you alone Who saw her? The second girl replied, That is a lie. We all saw her, said the third girl. Yes, but is the one who saw her first. That is why it happened so. Please take your time this morning. Don't curse me. One first. Who is cursing you? Asked the second girl. And there was anger in her eyes. You, of course, yelled the third girl or the second girl. But she saw her first, insisted the second girl. Truly, we all saw her, said the third girl. No, not me. I'm not among. I didn't see her, said the second girl, snapping her fingers over the head. Lazy bones. A man rushing to his farm screamed at the girls. Your parents will think you are always on your way back from the stream. See where you are, just standing, chatting away. The time is too early for that. The girl kept quiet and made for the stream. Then a baby came to the last hut in the village where two elderly women sat by the fireside. Although they had seen her far away, they pretended they did not see her. Just a baby knew her, pretended they did not see her. But a baby knew that they had seen her. So she greeted her halfway. The woman did not answer. They just hissed at her. Their faces expressed scorn for her. A baby felt badly humiliated. She was very sad, and her eyes glistened with tears. When the women saw that she had gone to fence, why didn't you answer her? Asked first woman scornfully. Why not you, Mama? Why not three? Boy, why are you not doing that? It's possible, right? It's scanty, right? You should be having that in mind. She has not suffered enough. What if she has suffered enough? She would have left him by now. Left who? Left Ajao, of course. Has she not vowed to die with him? Herself, child. There are a good for nothing husband and wife. Her baby was the daughter and the only child of the village head of Ori. Her mother had died shortly after she had given her to Ori. Her mother had died shortly after she was given to Ari. Then her stepmother, who has no child of her own, catered for her because the village head did not remarry after the death of his two wives. The village woman, after the woman, her baby's mother, when alive, laid in the village. To help the women do petty trading, she had started a thrift society to which most of them belonged. She also organized them to do communal duties. At dawn, every market day, she led them to sweep the market. To her father, the village head, Abebi, was precious. Her gaits and voice reminded him of his dead wife. Then Abebi had grown up with such a beautiful child, which made young men in and outside Ore. Amongst her suitors was a young city man who has been producing he also had a small reeling bicycle which reflected his wealth. He rode on his small bicycle to visit the village and return. At times, he rode onto unto the village. The bicycle was a marvel to the villagers. They were particularly amazed that the small bicycle was strong enough to carry them. Yes, the villagers respected the city man. The villagers respected the city man, although he was between day and night. Then the man will fry it with palm oil and make a hard cake of it. He never shared it with anybody. No, even a baby with Dafty will not agree. Was returning from her friend's house. The city man had stopped after her. I am drunk with your love. You shall become my wife. I can never be your wife, for there is no place for you in my heart. She had replied. She had been stunned beyond words. He had returned to his heart, feeling thoroughly beaten. It has become common knowledge in the village. It has then become a common knowledge in the village that a baby has refused the hand of the city man in marriage. The women has called a baby into their midst. They had talked to her, trying to persuade her, but a baby said no. He is not her taste. A baby, I do not like the city. The women had called Abibi into their midst. They had talked to her, trying to persuade her heart. However, she had remained resolute. I do not like the city. I do not want to be a city girl. I like it here in the village. She had quietly told them. The women had been very furious. Leave her alone. She is not like her mother. She is stubborn. One of the women had said, No, no, she is an idiot who cannot see beyond her nose. Mo, no, her father too just felt humiliated that his daughter had decided she will marry a village man. But he did not reveal his feelings to anyone. He said, next to the pain is the correct corner of his heart. So, you do not like the city man? Yes. No, Father. I don't want him. She has told me. I am sure if the man marries you, he will take good care of you. Don't you like good things? Don't you want to be in your own mansion? Don't you need your privacy? All these are good things that don't come by themselves. Yes, it's true. Everyone will be glad to live a comfortable life in the city. But how then do you persuade your way of living the comfortable life in the city? It is quite impressive to know more about city life. What is the matter? The second girl asked. Can't you see her? The idiot replied first girl. Oh, that's a baby. Hey, mo, bad woman to meet a baby. Is that really true? Asked the third girl. Don't you cheat? My mother does that. What about you? Once a while. Wow, that's interesting. Ah, God forbid. Me, I don't see her. So bad. Luck will not follow me. The third girl said, snap her fingers over her head. No beauty. You saw her. Her name is Beauty. And not just beauty, but the name goes in accordance with the physical appearance. She is indeed beautiful. No, no, you are cursing her. I will tell mother. You curse. Oh, nice. But she saw her first, insisted. Left who? Ajao? But quite interesting. Not just left, a reason behind. With the village and return. The bicycle was a marvel to the village. They were particularly amazed that the small bicycle was strong enough to carry such a bulky man. Because the bicycle was small, the villagers and the nickname Imarubu, meaning the small bicycle. Every villager, young and old, the villagers respected the city man, although he was a young man. His views on any matter were never despised. Anytime he went to the city, he bought a loaf of bread for the village girl. The head and the nod several times. There was joy in his heart. It has been his wish that he only marry if Dufie marries him. That's interesting. So now, you two have gotten your choice of kind you want to be with. Okay, let's see what happens next. We are waiting for you to pay the bride price. It's not been easy though, but God is alive. A few months after, a baby had been found pregnant for a young man who was her father's slave. Ajao was a young man whose father was dead, serving the village head as a slave. He walked into the place of his father. In the court, the serving of the two went on. A baby had 2 scores. I had 1 score. Only God knows the kind of score you had 1. It's quite unfortunate that my boys don't like learning. Generally, you don't like learning. Also, another but that will not prevent me from saying what I wanted to say. You also calm down. You love the senior. You have to be advising those behind you. It's very important. Not only those you came from in one womb, But anyone you exceed in terms of age, you can advise the person. Even those who are older than, you can advise when you think they are going astray. It's good to advise. Yes, you are right. Advice changes human attitude. The attitude can be positive or negative, depending on the one advising. Okay, that's not a news. We could use it as it is, but no problem. Now, still brooding over the humiliation she had suffered from. No, still over the humiliation. Why won't they leave me alone? Certainly, they will not leave you alone, she muttered to herself. She wondered if her mother would have forced her to marry a man she did not love. She could not understand why. She could not understand why the villagers should hate her for being truthful herself and for they should bring first. She and her husband contemplated running meat. And she got the running meat. It is good we get one among you. So you tell me which one will go. Then we all gather money to sponsor. She stopped by the roadside and fetched the sky. I won't mind you that much because I know this time you need me. I would have thrown you away to accomplish it by yourself. Abebe was afraid for how long she had been there. She wondered She took a quick and fearful glance at the bearded old man again. She wanted to take However, the sight of the beard old man her uncomfortable. It filled with compassion. She felt dedication. Nice one. It's good to make good decisions. Coming this way has changed something. Yes, he is a treasure. He is my joy. He is the reason why I live. If truly he is a treasure, why did you dress him like this? Why did you dress him like this? Looking at you, the way you observe her. Our baby stretched out her hands. Trembling, the man dropped the ring in her palm and said, "This ring is not for today. It is for tomorrow. Give it to your husband for safekeeping until your son is of age." From there, help will come. Above the skies is the home of the big one. The old man had hardly finished when a strong whirlwind rose, sending into the air below of thick cloud of dust and flakes of dry leaves. When the whirlwind had gone, the bearded old man was no longer seen. He probably had gone with the whirlwind. A baby was whipped and never understood. So she will keep the ring as the old man has said, or throw it away. She was really confused. if she wore the ring for her son, he might disappear in a whirlwind just like the old man. She took a closer look at the ring. A name was added to his original name, very short one, which is Pa. Now his name has changed to be Pa Kwesi. But she had not yet gone too far where she heard a voice warning her against the guy. You are ungrateful. You have thrown away the future of your son. Your future and that of your husband. You have equally thrown away the future of the entire village. You will no doubt regret your action when the time comes. The voice warned. Our baby was disturbed and shared the little she had. Warning of the invisible voice. If it was only the future of the village that she has thrown away, it was just too good of what he used the future for. But the future of her son was too sacred to her. She would pay any piece to protect it. So they returned to any part. She has thrown the ring. She began the search for the golden ring, turning everywhere, every particle and every speck. Her face streaming with sweat, she regretted flinging away the golden ring. At last, she found it. She carefully knotted the ring in the hem of her wrapper. She would give it to her husband to keep when he comes. From her, then she changed her mind. She would rather return home than go into the forest to fetch firewood. Her husband had returned by the time she arrived at home. I thought you had gone to fetch firewood, he asked. Yes, I went to fetch firewood. I am back. You ask, well, my husband, something happened. On the way to fetch the firewood, and I have to return. What happened? Yasantiwa. 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 Ajao heaved a sigh of relief. He entered the hut after his wife to hear the story. Our baby told him the bothered old man and the golden ring. Oh, track. Ajao, he took the ring from his wife and had a close range. He shook his head, then looked straight into his wife's eyes and said, "This indeed is a mystery. I will keep it as long as I live." He vowed. Several years has passed that the husband and wife had been together. It was like yesterday. However, the hatred of the villagers for them had not the joy of the couple had been their son, whom they have watched grow into a strong young man. At times, the husband and wife will sit and watch their son's movie, and if possible, you enjoy and advise them. The only thing that often impaired joy was overjoyed in a way The village children, they taunted him for his range, unlike the other children with fine calico. The jumper had faded and had patches on the neck and the armpit. As for Abibi, at times that's supposed to be washed away her beauty before she comes. Abibi is truly a mother. Nice Abibi. Then Abibi supposed to come in the middle. Then came one afternoon when her husband and son had gone out to the field. Thus 3 women visited her. The women had been her childhood friends. It was her children that were able to tell the husband what happened in his absence. They came for a request which goes with a proposal. He was to report the milk at a place, but she doesn't have the two. And instead of her discussing it with the husband, she prefer discussing it with the friend. Baby, I am sure you are wondering why we are here after so many years. Maybe, but life itself is a wonder. Are you saying we are not seeing well? Are your eyes okay? Can't they perceive? I do not see what you are seeing unless you tell me. For the nose does not see itself. Nose does not see. The nose can only smell. Oh, sorry. I mean nose. I was referring to the eye. I've had a slight challenge. Is your husband aware that you've now had a challenge with your eye? Yes. What happened? It's a long story. Wow. Long story. Can't you cut it short? I know you got that as a result of going to see the priest. You are ashamed of yourself for what you did. That is your pay. Thank God. None of us suffered the consequences, but you. Otu adubone a. So don't blame anybody. The lawyer who bungled his life. Lawyer. Abaya was the oldest son of Dogo Dagat, a millet farmer who lived at the village of Kunya in the Dagati district in northern region of Ghana. He had two other brothers and a sister. Being the eldest son of his father, he was undisputed heir to the priesthood of Abaya, the state god of the people of Kunya, after whom he was named. When Abaya was young, he and other children in their compound often sat round in the evening and listened to stories told to them by the old men. Abaya liked these stories, especially those which told of wonderful things in the city Abaya had done for his people. Every Friday, the people of Kunya gathered in a compound and Abaya. So Friday evening, we all sit and listen to these wonderful and interesting stories. Very important. The talking drum recited appellation in praise of Abaya. The soloist sang, "Nothing." At these weekly dances, the women put on their best and the men wore traditional attire, which showed their frank. The fetish priest, led by Dogo Dagati, Abaya's father, dressed in Abaya's father, dressed in their full regalia, and danced and shook their bodies to correspond to the intricate rhythm of the drum beat. It was indeed fascinating spectacle. The lanky looking Dogo Dagati Abaya had one ambition. He watched his father and then went into the drum. He assiduously practiced on the drums for a whole year, and then came the day when opportunity affected itself for him to display the future. One day, during one of the weekly drumming sessions, it was noticed that after many anxious moments, Abaya took up courage and told his farmer, whisper that could also open the door. Can you really play on the drum? Dogo Dagari asked. Dogo Dagari's next quantity and was not expected. It made Abena a future. It made Abaya realized, rather painfully, the implications of what he had said. He had in fact given himself away. He had infringed one of the rules which said that the drums were never to be touched with no other person. For a whole year, and then came the day when opportunity offered itself. One day, during one of the weekly drumming sessions, it was noticed that one drummer was absent. After many anxious moments, Abaya took up courage and told his father in whispers that he could play on the drum. His father was skeptical. He knew his intention. So Dagati asked his son, "Yes, Papa, I think I have, and enough practice now to be able to hit some real notes." Abaya tried to convince his father. "No, I think I have to. It has gone far in terms of decision. But if no, what else to be planned?" It made Abaya realized, rather painful, the implications of you lose someone. One day, during one of the weekly drumming sessions, it was noticed that the drummer was absent. "Yes, Papa. Can you really play on the drum. The Malam died. All he did was to give a word of trust. Abaya said, Abena, you should have called me long time. Now that me busy. Even if you want to come, I can't see you. The Malam did all he could to convince Dogo Dagati to change his son's career. But the old man said it. Abaya himself. He was not ready to change. Are you ready to change or proceed to the normal or the old life? Abaya, my son, said the Malam, you are a nice boy and you have already acquired the correct posture of an Arabic scribe. You will learn nothing at the boarding school. I tell you, think about this. I will come again. True is posture and posture, demeanor and gesture all indicate that Abaya agreed to the father's request. Now, Abaya has now been in the house for quite a long time. All his mates, even those who are average students, because he was a very good student, wanted to become a medical doctor. He could, if you should have, but it's late for him now. In his house, no one can locate where he fetch water to do things. Meanwhile, there is water in the house. Abaya's father arranged and made sure that what he has said comes to pass. Father Chum took the hand of Abaya, and soon they were behind the gate of the school. Abaya was sad. No more would he join in celebrating the feast of Abaya, which took place every Friday. No more would he sit in the evening and enjoy the story the old women have been narrating. After pining and whining for few days, Abaya became used to life in the school. That's wonderful. Life has it all. Later statement on his father was far from Abaya as expected. My son, I have been watching you over the last few weeks. You do not eat the food I put there. I bring with you the same way. In the first place, why do you monitor me? And why do you put food down for me? It wasn't like this at first. I don't really understand you. Do you want to cast spell on me? Abaya asked. The father became annoyed and furious. You are my son, and I want nothing for you except the best. So why this argument? Abaya went through all the different routine which he thinks will make life comfortable for him. It was the day he was baptized and given the name David. His parents were far from him. He couldn't even identify the mother the first day she visited them. He wore a straw whose crown was shaped like a dam. His wife was associated with a club gang. How was he treated? How was he brought up? That was a lifestyle though. After the ceremony, the whole school were refreshed with a soft drink made locally from lemon powder. Dogo Dagati enjoyed himself very well. He said he was sure that God would protect him to finish the course at all cost. He and the father and the wife left after refreshment, feeling pleased with themselves and with their son's achievement. Faith indeed hopes for greater things than fear was ever deny. A priest or a lawyer. The school authorities looked upon David Abaya a priest or a lawyer. The school authorities looked upon David Abaya as a great asset, not only to his people, but also to the church. He was now in his final year in the school under a strict supervision. As far as David was concerned, he will become a priest after he has graduated as a lawyer. A traditional priest who is also a lawyer. He was now in his final year in the school, and the results had achieved and the results has been achieved. David, as much as he would like his occupation and ensure that his dream comes true, David observed a whole lot of qualities if in case he becomes the lawyer. David the financial status was not stable as expected, and he was sponsored by his church. One day, the priest in charge of the school sent for David. David never hesitated to meet the priest. We want good young men to train for the priesthood. Would you like to give yourself to the service of God? David turned over and over again. Look at the face of the priest. That was a very difficult decision. A priest of a church, whilst the village people to wait for him as a priest of the shrine. His village has become his birthright, and his means of sponsorship as a lawyer has become conditional. So which is which? The ball was in his court. He had no option than to accept to become the priest of the church, because that is what fits him. He wanted to marry and have a family. Priests do not marry. Which fact seemed to settle the matter in favor or rejecting the offer? Very difficult decision. He told the Reverend Father that he will need some time to think about it thoroughly. He doesn't want to make decision that he will regret later. Chance and time was given to him to sleep on his pillow and think over it. The second day has passed. Third day has passed. A week has passed. He was not able to provide his decision on the matter. A month has also passed. So, the father or the church priest decided to invite him to ask again his final decision about what he told him. David, it was very simple question, but it took you days, weeks, and a month. Are you sure you would like to become the priest of this church? I know I will go on retirement soon, but looking at your dedication, you're humble, and you are hardworking as well. I did not choose anybody apart from you. David became speechless and never knew what to tell the priest. It was decided that David should be prepared to travel, not outside Nigeria, but within, from Port Harcourt to Lagos. He was given everything that he would need. And it was 2 weeks trip. He should go and refresh his mind. Take off stress and come back with little or no depression. David went. In fact, he was happy because that was his first time going to sit in the plane. That was a greater experience for him. After his return, the chief priest asked him again, I hope you have finally had enough time. You don't have much on your head. So you can now decide. No one is tying anything around your neck. That is why we are finding it difficult to tell you it's mandatory. God's work needs to be done mandatorily. But God doesn't want it that way. It should be done willingly, voluntarily, so that you'll be able to do it and do it well. So, what is your stand now? You know I love you, and becoming the chief priest of this church, you and your family will benefit a lot. David asked, me and my family? I don't understand. The chief priest asked, don't you have family? My mom is dead. My dad is dead. I'm now an orphan. So I don't get the family you are talking about. The chief priest emphasized, you are still coming from a family. Your dad has family members, sisters and brothers. Likewise, your mother. Don't they have? That is the extended family, of course. Everyone depends on them. You see how I struggle to pass through. They are wealthy, rich. They have everything that a man or a woman will need to survive on earth. But they only take care of their nuclear family. Here lies the case. For me becoming the priest or the chief priest, I can't get married before thinking of how to taste it. The father became worried with his reply. So, have you ever dated before? The father asked. Yes, I've fallen in love before, but never did anything to her, because that time I was a shy person. Although she used to come to me in the house, but I never had anything to do with her until I left the village. So, which means you are no more. Oh, ever since I left the village, I've never had encounter with her again. So I don't know whether she's even married, alive or not. So I can't put my mind on someone that I haven't seen for years. And moreover too, it was children and it was childish way. And I'm sure none of us took it serious. Yes, you have a point there. Do you think getting married will help you? I think so, Father. Why do you think so? Because I sat down and thought of it carefully. And I said, why is it that chief priests don't get married? I don't get the answers I want. So the first question I asked myself was, Father, if in case my father was a chief priest, he wouldn't have given birth to me for you to call me to become the chief priest. The father became speechless. He said, yes, it is true. Your father was not a chief priest. Likewise, my father. That is why I was born throughout of it. But everyone decides and take decision for his life. But Father, I don't know. Pardon me if I offended you. Before you became a chief priest, was the previous chief priest consulted you, asked you several questions for you to think about it for months, the same way you are doing it to me? He said, no, I thought of becoming the chief priest, so I went there myself. Thank you for answering my question, Father. Thank you very much. That should tell you I don't want, because I know you are a chief priest. I've been living with you. I like your lifestyle because you're a man of God. You love, you care. But that is not the kind of lifestyle I would like to live. Interesting. The father became speechless and didn't know what to say anymore. He said, well, you are very intelligent, smart. I like the way you responded to my questions. Although it was indirect, but I was able to understand every bit of it. It's good. Don't allow yourself to be forced to do what you don't want to do. When that happens, you end up not giving out your best. And you are going to lack, and people begin to complain bitterly and negatively about you. Yes, this is a great lesson that every man needs to learn. You follow your heart. Don't do it because someone is forcing you to do it. When that happens, you end up regretting for the rest of your life. It's good to make good decisions for yourself. Don't allow people to make decisions for you. Unless decision being made for you is to your perfection. Let's move on with the golden adventure. The golden adventure. Long time ago, there lived a poor fisherman in a village called Van de Coast. Van de Coast was a fishing village in a country called Wonderland, whose capital was Beauty City. When this fisherman came of age to marry, he married one of the virgins of the village, who was fishmonger. This couple lived happily. They loved each other and did almost everything together. Most often, the people living in the village loved them. For this reason, many married couples who had some problems in their marriages approached them for advice and counseling. Whenever people approach them, they always say, "Our secret theory is quite simple. We love, share, respect each other. With these three things, they enjoy happily, in spite of happy marriage." Mr. and Mrs. Bless did not have a child, yet they were very happy. Years of being married without a child. The relatives of both families began to mount pressure on them. Some of the relatives of the man secretly advised him to divorce his wife and marry a woman who can give him children. But he never heeded to such advice. The relative of the woman also advised her to consult the witch doctor in the village for help, but she also refused. This woman and her husband ended up telling everybody to leave them alone. Children are God sent. So when the right time comes, they will receive their share. When relatives and friends saw that Mr. and Mrs. Bless were not prepared to heed to their advice, they left them alone as they were told. They became the talk of the village, and people said all sorts of things against them. But this happy couple were never bothered at all. They maintained a positive attitude always and kept believing that God's own appointed time they will certainly have children. After several years of being without any child, Mr. and Mrs. Blessing finally became pregnant in their 20th year of marriage and gave birth to twins, 2 boys. What a great joy! It was for everyone who heard the news in the village. Even their accusers. Rejoice, rejoice with your village people. We are all happy for you. Congratulations. Mr. and Mrs. Blessing Mr. and Mrs. Bless had great plans for their children and were prepared to sacrifice anything to help the children become prominent in their society. Although they were not financially sound, they believed that their children were going to be very rich in future. For that matter, they named their elder son Richmond and the second son Richard. They believed that these names were going to make their children rich and prosperous in everything they were going to do in their lives. For that matter, as the year went by, the boys began to grow and started schooling. Mr. and Mrs. Bless sent the children to school in the nearby village because there was no school in the village in which they were. They did not have the privilege to attend any school, but they were willing to push anyone who has the ability. These words their teachers always complain bitterly. Both of them were not doing so well academically at school. In the class, they always took the last two positions. Richard was always the last, and Richmond took the last but one position. Their teachers always complained bitterly about their performance in class. Some of the teachers took advantage of that and abused the children. At times, some of them will even insult them that they don't know anything. At one time, One of their teachers, after after explaining a topic and one did not understand something and asked for repetition, he said to them, "You good for nothing twins, how many times do you want me to explain this to you? I don't know why your parents are wasting their money on you people." These words really hurt Richmond and Richard, but they never uttered any word. They went within them. For days, you could see they were tormented and worried. Their parents, in response, encouraged them not to bother about the hurt words they are hearing from both parents and the students. They encouraged them to learn and focus on their academic work. The following day, they went to school, and when a class test was conducted, they both performed badly. The teacher who conducted the test was mad at their performance, so he started insulting them as if that was not enough. Some of the students also began to tease them and ridicule these twins after the teacher left the class. With the student teacher needs to punish the students, but they didn't. Richard told me he will never go to school again. I asked him, if it is that school you won't go, let me send you to another school. He said, no, I won't go to school again. Mr. and Mrs. Bless were disturbed and disappointed to hear what Richard told them, but they encouraged him not to stop. They told Richard that they were preparing to take him to another school, but he insisted no. But Richard was so not prepared to stay. Richard told the parent that he would like to learn a trade rather than go back to the classroom where teachers will insult him and students will also tease him. Every advice given to Richard to go back to school fell on a deaf ear. In spite of the embarrassment they went through, Richmond, very determined to stay in school and overcome that challenge. What really inspired him to work very hard at school and was due to the story he was told by one of his teachers, Mr. Kwanzaa. When the teacher heard that Richard had stopped the school, he called Richmond and asked him not to join his brother at home. He told Richmond about how one of his students was very weak academically but became best student when he sat up. Mr. Kwanzaa also narrated his inspiring story to Richmond. You can also make it if the least performance student in one of my class was able to become the best student. Then there is hope for your future. You can also become the best student in your class if you put in your mind to do it. After hearing this encouragement from the teacher, Richmond asked, "How can this be achieved? What should I do in order to achieve this? Is this simple?" The teacher replied, "All you need to do is to pray, study hard, and always stay affirm to yourself that you can make it no matter what happens." Richmond was very pleased and encouraged by the inspiration. Mr. Kwanzaa, but he's worried how the boy was treated. Richmond got home and explained to the parents, and the parents became very happy for what Mr. Kwanzaa has done for them through advice. Mr. Kwanzaa said to Richmond, "My dear, never mind what people say or think about you. It is not what people say or think about you that matter, but it is what you say or think about yourself that makes you the difference. Let them say whatever they want to say, but keep your focus and what you want to achieve in the future centered on you." After saying these words to Richmond, Mr. Kwanzaa gave him a card with some inspiring words written on the card. He told Richmond to read the card well and read it well, every word on it, as many times as he could. The words on the card were as follows: "If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you like to win, but you think you can't, it is almost certain you won't. If you think you lost, you have lost. For out in the world we find success begins with a person's will. It's all in the state of mind. If you think you are you are outclassed, you are. You've got to think high to rise. You've got to secure yourself. Before you can win a prize, life battles don't always go easy. To the strongest woman or man, but sooner or later, if you are going to win, you have to think you can. Richmond was so much inspired by the words on the card. He thanked Mr. Kwanzaa and everything he shared with him. When Richmond got home, he told his parents about everything Mr. Kwanzaa shared with him. Mr. and Mrs. Bless were so glad to Mr. Kwanzaa. Richmond took everything the teacher told him in heart and started putting them into practice. Every morning he prayed and said to himself, I can make it. It's not matter. It doesn't matter what happens. Besides, he studied hard, both at home and at school. He started excelling in class and even topping. One day, when he went to school, he went straight to Mr. Kwanzaa and told him about how fast he was improving in his academic work. Mr. Kwanzaa was very glad to hear that from Richmond. So he said to him, Richmond, tell me, what's your occupation? What do you want to become in future? Richmond smiled and said, Sir, I want to become the president of Wonderland. Mr. Kwanzaa, in response to Richmond's answer, he said, President of Wonderland? You know, you can become the president of Wonderland. That is your dream. And as you grow, you should be working towards what will make you become the president of Wonderland. It's not just by what you say with your mouth that worth it, but your action and your reaction and your effort in achieving what you have in mind is what matters. So, if you want to become the president of Wonderland, you can achieve it. Now, when you wake up every morning, affirm to yourself, I am the president of Wonderland. And no matter what, I will be the president of Wonderland. I know my dream will be fulfilled. Mr. Kwanzaa added, as you make this affirmation, work hard on this dream and you will surely achieve it. Richmond befriended his books and studied hard just to achieve his dream in future. Amazingly, Richmond became the best student in the class. When he got to his final year in the school, and now those who used to mock at him came and asked for his assistance whenever they didn't understand anything a teacher taught. It is interesting to hear that Richmond maintained his position as the best student in class before leaving the school. As a result, in reflection, he got distinction in his final exams. He gained scholarship to further his education in the Wonderland's premier university located in the Beauty City because of his dream of becoming a president in future. He chose to study a law. When the time came for Richmond to move to the university, he went to Mr. Kwanzaa and thanked him for inspiring him to get to that far. Mr. Kwanzaa said to him, "I am very proud of you. Now, as you go to the university, always keep your focus on your mind and make sure you achieve it. Don't be carried away by city life. Keep your eyes on the dream you want to achieve and conduct yourself as such. I know you can make it." When Richmond got to the Beauty City, he was amazed, and almost everything he saw, since that was his first time of visiting the capital in his center. But he conducted himself in a manner that people did not even see that was his first time he has come to the city. In spite of the things that fascinated Richmond, he was not carried away by the city life. He always kept in mind his main purpose in the Beauty City. That is to study. When he got his second year in the university, he got involved in student politics. When he got the third year, he was elected as Assistant Secretary of Student Representative Council. Amazingly, he was elected as the president of the council when he got to his final year. Now, combining his presidency and academic work was very challenging, but he worked hard and achieved those many things during his tenure of office as president of the SRC. After Richmond completed his university education, he had a nice job in a law firm in Beauty City. He was provided with a car and a house. So he settled in a Beauty City and visited parents in Vandercoast whenever he was on leave. In as much as Richmond has a nice job, he never forgot about his ambition of becoming the president of Wonderland. So he was so involved in politics. Every month, Richmond sent some money and items to his parents who were still living in the village. Indeed, Mr. and Mrs. Blazer were very proud of their son. They never lacked money because Richmond always sent them enough money to cater for them. After working for some time, Richmond got married to one of his course mates back in the university. They lived a very happy life and well respected each other in society. Richmond discussed his ambition of becoming the president of Wonderland with his wife and how the wife supported the dream. Richmond, Richmond filed to the flag bearer of the political party in which he was. He contested that position with 8 other members on the party ticket. Amazingly, he was elected as the party's presidential candidate. Richmond started campaigning seriously towards his presidential voting. He went from town to town with his wife to solicit for the vote of the people, since they were in the democratic society. After touring almost every town in Wonderland, the D-Day for the election came, and Richmond happened to compete with 10 other presidential candidates from different parties who were also vying for the same position. Now, among all the 10 candidates, Richmond was the youngest. The election was held, and amazingly, majority of the people in Wonderland voted for Richmond to be their president. Boy, his childhood dream of becoming the president of Wonderland came to pass. When Mr. Kwanzaa heard the results of the election, he was so amazed and thought to himself, what would I have become of Richmond if I had not shared those inspiring words with him? Would he have risen to the position of being the president of Wonderland? Well, only God knows. Now, a day before his induction as the president of Wonderland, Richmond sent his driver to pick up his parents and Mr. Kwanzaa to witness the occasion. He bought very beautiful clothing for each one of them to put on during the occasion. The day for the induction finally came to announce that Mr. Kwanzaa has been transferred to one of the best secondary schools in Wonderland in the city. In his acceptance speech, first thing he said was, "To God be the glory for great things he has done." He then went on to say that, "I owe this presidency to a teacher in a school I once attended. When I was young, the name of this teacher is Mr. Kwanzaa. I don't know where I would have been today if this great teacher had not inspired me. It was this teacher who inspired me to dream big and work hard towards my dream. I remember there was a time that Mr. Kwanzaa asked me about what I wanted to become in future. And when I told him I wanted to become the president of Wonder, I was really inspired and challenged by what he said to me. He said, "Wonderful, that's a great dream. Indeed, you can become the president of Wonderland. You were born to be great. So if you want to become the president of Wonderland, you can achieve it." These words were ingrained in my heart and mind, and that was what challenged me to work for this honorable position. I wish every teacher or parent seated here today will learn a big lesson from what Mr. Kwanzaa did for me. When Mr. Kwanzaa heard these words from the president, Richmond, tears dripped from his eyes. In his acceptance speech, President Richmond also acknowledged the support of his parents. He said, "My parents are indeed blessed. They never used abusive words on me. When I was growing up, they always encouraged me when my academic performance was amazingly. A week after Richmond's induction as the president of the Wonderland, Mr. Kwanzaa also received an award as the best teacher in the whole nation. He was also transferred from Vandy Coast to teach in one of the biggest schools in Beauty City. He was then given a vehicle, a nice car, and a bungalow to live in. Exactly a year in office as president, Richmond built an executive mansion and gave it to Mr. Kwanzaa as a gift. When he handed over the keys to Mr. Kwanzaa, Richmond said to him, "A good teacher is always remembered by his students. This gift is a way of saying thank you for the wonderful counsel you gave me about 20 years ago. The seed you sowed into me is bearing good fruits, and I will always remember you, even when I get into my grave." Question: what happened to Richmond? What happened to Richard? How did his life end? Did he learn a trade? Well, it will amaze you to know that Richard's life ended well than his brother Richmond. Richard actually became a greater and wealthier than Richmond. The question is, how did he make it? Well, get the other volume of this book and the next book, Achukwe and the Wasp. Wow. Once upon a time, a terrible time, there was a great famine in the land where Achuche lived. Those who were strong hung on the life by most fragile threads, not speaking, not moving for fear of wasting time. As time went on, and man and beast, grew, ever more desperate. They dragged themselves to the only tree known to be surviving the drought, which had already devastated all other plants. You will not be surprised to know that among those who looked to the fruit tree for life at this terrible time, his mother-in-law his mother-in-law spared who was ever on the lookout for some way of getting his revenge on her. And so it was that one day he noticed that the twins, Achu and Achuche, were among the latest arrivals beneath the life-saving fruit tree. Now, it was acknowledged throughout the land that the twins were far stronger than anyone else. Nobody had ever successfully challenged their powers. And so was flew to Achuche, saying, I would never dream of asking you for favor in the normal round of events. Achuche, but seeing that we live in extraordinary times, I do have a very great favor to ask you. Oh, yes. What is that? You may or not know that my mother-in-law has hated me from the day I married her daughter, and so she never ceased to mock me, calling me spineless and feeble-bodied, and she does this especially in front of my wife and children. I am wondering if you'll be the kind enough to engage in a fight with me. Why should I risk my reputation for someone as evil as you? Asked Achuche. If you do as I ask, I shall make sure that you and your brother Achu receive the juiciest and the most nutritious fruit from the life-giving tree. Assured was trapped by the seriousness of the famine and drought, Achuche agreed to the deal, knowing that should he and the others survive the current crisis, he would soon recover his dented reputation. So the following day, was engaged Achuche in a fight with someone was obliged to witness as they were all gathered in one place. A short way into fight, Achuche relaxed his muscles so that what appeared to overpower him and was able to make a great show of roping him and dragging him to a river, shouting, triumphing. So, where is your great strength now? Achuche, arriving at the river, was did not anti Achuche as they had previously agreed upon, but said instead, I am taking you far away, way down the river until we get the chief Chidi, an old friend of my father. As soon as Achuche realized that was intended to abuse the favor that he had agreed to, he began to shout loudly for his twin brother, knowing that he, at least, leaving his victim tied up on the river bank, was quickly flee to Achu and filled his ears with wax to prevent him hearing his brothers call help. Returning to Achuche, was dragged him to Chief Chidi's palace, where he explained to the chief that he was punished this hard-hearted man who had persistently eaten the best fruit that fell from the life-giving tree, when all around him were those who were dying for lack of food and drink. He, Wasp, was doing all he could to help the starving people by dropping fruit onto the ground, but his best endeavors were ruined by all the consuming greed of this one evil man. Rope him tighter and carry him out to sea, where you must leave him to drown, ordered Chief Chidi. At this very moment, Hawk flew down to Achu, pulled the wax out of his ears, and told him what was happening to his brother. Whereupon Achu climbed onto the bear's back, and the two flew with all speed until they reached the sea. Why are you drawing this man? Demanded Hawk. Slow of thought, was unable to reply. So while Hawk held the wretched insect captive, Achu released Achuche and used the rope to bind up Wask. Returning to Chief Chidi's palace, they recounted the whole story. The chief The chief engaged by the wax, in which was betrayed his faith, provided even more ropes which they used to wax round. Not wanting to spend any more time with the nibbling wasp, the twins dumped him on the ground as soon as they had left the village before continuing on their way back to life-giving fruit tree, where they had left all their family and friends. I did not take long for Was to decide that his skinny waist will bring forth nothing but holes of laughter. So he dragged himself to the nearest house with a hatched roof, where he slowly crawled his way up the walls. As soon as he reached the hatch, he buried himself in it so that no one could possibly see him. In time, the ropes disintegrated, but disgraced and humiliated, Was decided that never again will he try and live with others. So it was, and so it was, and so it is that the Was can always be found hiding in touch, ready strike if you or I try and disturb him. And I advise you not to laugh at his pinched and punny waist, not very manly in it. However, you laugh at your peril as Was does in vicious sting in his tail. Once upon a time, not here, not there, but somewhere there was a village, and in this village there lived a married couple, a man and a woman, who after several years remained childless. The villagers talk about them. So, what is their problem? Is it him or her? What terrible sin has been committed in one of their families that they should not have children? Nobody knew, nobody knew, but all had opinion. So, you can imagine the joy when women fell pregnant, not once but twice. However, joy soon turned to pain when the second child was born, and this too was a girl. Wanting sons, the man threw the two children over the wall into the bush and left the house in anger. The woman quickly secured the two children and nurtured them with great love and care, whilst her husband was rarely seen at home, as he put all his energies into running prosperous farm. He was not much of a husband and even less of a father. Time went on, until one day the man turned up on home and told his wife he needed his two children to protect his farm from bears and wild animals, about to refuse to allow him to take them. She suddenly agreed, telling him to return in a few days. Calling her daughters to her, the woman explained what their father wanted from them and taught them song. And taught them a song which they were to sing every time they were asked to scare the birds of the newly sown seeds. 3 days later, the man, their father, went to the farm, and the two children left with him. Every time he instructed them to guard his seed, they sang the song the woman, their mother, had taught them. Father wanted a boy child, a boy child. Mother delivered a girl child, a girl child. Father threw us over the wall. Father threw us over the wall. If I had died, if we had died, who would work to scare the bears? Interesting story. Father wanted a girl. No. Father wanted a boy child. A boy child. Mother delivered a girl child. A girl child. Father threw us over the wall. Father threw us over the wall. If I had died, if we had died, who could work to scare the bears? Who could work? Oh, interesting song. I didn't listen to later. Several days later, the man visited the farm, hoping to see the new shoots breaking through the freshly plucked earth. Imagine he shook, therefore, when not only was there no shoot. So, what is the meaning of this? What have you been doing? Do you really expect us to work for you and your wretched farm when you have done nothing for us from day one we were born? If we are only useless girls, why do you give us a job to do and then expect it to be done well? Their father had no good answer to these questions, and so he turned and disappeared for good, leaving the girls run the farm with the woman, their mother. They lived well in a prosperous way, well run farm, but the man had nothing but hedgerows to sustain him and give him shelter for the rest of his days. He had plenty of time to reflect upon the way in which he had treated these two children, but but did he ever think that Oh, book in a story. Let me read the last one. Once upon a time, once upon a hungry time, there was no food for any of the villagers. Had the rain failed, maybe had the crops been neglected, maybe had the seed been wasted, maybe had the people offended the gods, maybe all we know for certain is that instead of usual harm and bad daily life, there was no scarlet. A flick as bodies and minds shut down, conserving every last drop of precious life. Then, who is it that, throughout all such times of devastation, is able to live where others die, to sing where others weep, to run where others stumble? Don't you know why? It is the best for whom the only problem is inconvenience, as they have to rise a little earlier in the morning and return a little later in the evening, having completed a longer journey than usual. However, starvation does not threaten the best, who always know where to find their daily food. You will not be surprised to know that Ayiyi also found ways to survive during the times of extreme hardness. During the time of extreme hardship, his tricks were without a number, and so it happened this time that he begged the birds to give him some feathers so that he too could fly to a distant land. The birds, the birds would have refused him, but they knew better than to antagonize Ayi, who would surely take his revenge in his own time. So, Spider was given his feathers, and following morning he flew off with the birds and eager anticipation of a special feast. As they collected grain, Ayi declared to the birds that the farm they were belonged to his grandfather. This being the case, I forbid you to trespass and plunder this farm again, shouted Ayi. This being the case, you can give us our back. You can give us back our feathers, replied the birds, as they swooped down, removed their feathers, and flew off, leaving Ayeyi stranded. Could Ayeyi really be stranded? What what do you think? He just laughed at the best and confidently set off walking. The first obstacle he came across was the river with a crocodile. Hey there, Croc. Want to earn a little cash instead of lazing around in the water? What do you want me to do? I know your games, and on second thought, I want nothing to do with you, replied Crocodile. No trick, I promise. I will never get you cross this river if you trick me. Will I? Well, what do you want me to do? Just give me a lift across the river. I will be I will be the easiest money you have ever earned. What will you give me then? Asked Crocodile, still hesitant. Well, it's like this. I haven't actually got any cash on me right now, but I'll write on your body as I owe you. On your back as you swim across, and then everyone will see it. I can't deny something in my own handwriting. Can I? Persuaded, Crocodile allowed Ayeyi to jump up on his back, and as they crossed the river, Ayeyi drew a silly face on Crocodile's back. Reaching the other side, Crocodile asked Lizard to check what was written at his back. So, Lizard confirmed it was drawing. Ayeyi made to become serious, annoyed. That time, so it was that, and extremely angry, Crocodile spent the next few weeks hunting for Spider, until one day, thinking that he could see him in distance, he struggled along. Being able to see the Spider decided to find another strategy. Spotted Crocodile coming towards him. Ayeyi immediately began piling stones and shoulders in a deep beside the road, positioning himself. An exceptionally large rock which lay a little distance from the deep. He pretended to push to push and pull onto the head of the crocodile. Ayeyi, at the last level, Ayeyi, being at the last level, did not know that was the plan Spider has for him. I haven't. I haven't. I wasn't the one who sat at your back to cross the lake. I am a different spider altogether. Eh, okay. If you're a different spider, then help me look for the one who sat at my back. How will I know? I wasn't there when he sat at your back. So even if I see him, I can't recognize him. Okay. So Spider decided to play trick on Cock again. So when they got so much. God bless our homeland, Ghana. How many minutes? Check the book. Hmm? Ah, 2:32. And I said, check your logbook. God bless our homeland. The recitation was in progress. The boy who stood before the recitation was in progress. The boy who stood before the student body that morning fixed his gaze above the heads of men. The assembly of boys gazed at him as he was object of their recitation, but he was not. But he was not. They only fixed their eyes on him because he had just commanded them to do what they were doing. The boy avoided their stare and rather looked directly above their heads, past the cluster of trees to the horizon far away, blending his voice with theirs in the direction. The prefect, whose duty that morning was to call the assembly to attention and to ensure proper orderliness before the schoolmasters, has simply spoken into the microphone, saying, "Now, the national anthem." Now, the national anthem. At once, all memory and small talk ceased as everybody stood straight. Then, like the eruption of the thunder from afar, 1,000 voices began and powerful delivery of what had become the ritual at every assembly, the singing of the national sacred hymn, the recitation of the national anthem. Although it was a student who gave the command, the headmaster, his assistants, and the masters Even some of the school workers who were close by stood in the unseen with the student to perform a national duty, or rather a national reminder. The journey of hands to make those imperative statements contained in the anthem of the nation. The students sang with so much enthusiasm and vigor, you would think their performance will be graded alongside their end of term examination. But no, the anthem is not examinable. Although students repeat this ritual every day at school, the exercise is not part of okay, it's not part of what's supposed to be done in the school. We have an affinity towards our national anthem because it contains words we subscribe to, words that motivate us to move more and towards achieving a national agenda. We love our national anthem and we enjoy it when it is sung or recited. Welcome to a sacred anthem. It is established that an anthem is a song of praise or a national hymn or a sacred chant that cannot be anything but truth, especially when you consider what a hymn does in the heart and to the psyche. But we are about to discover from the content of this commentary, an anthem is much more than a hymn or a chant. To say our national anthem is sacred, however, we are blessed. If all these synonyms adequately describe the sacredness of national anthem, then agree with me if I say it's scary because of what those words mean. You don't treat lightly what is sacrosanct, and if must approach it as such, we approach it in national anthem. Yet, don't read too much sacredness. Don't read too much sacredness into our national anthem as if it was divine inspired, which it was not, nor need no ascribe holiness to it, and then stand in the awe of this. Constitution and the Anthem. The Ghana National Anthem is not the Constitution of Ghana, of course, but it speaks in a voice that the Constitution cannot match. Our national anthem may not have the authority of the Constitution, but it has a heart that Constitution may not have. We all must abide by the Constitution, and rightly so, for it is the instrument of government, the supreme statute of the nation, and that regulates and holds together the way to govern by the rule of law. Yet, we have the national anthem, something the Constitution does not have. If it is, if it were human, we would admire, perhaps even envy. We don't recite the Constitution, though we make a reference to. This very moment that you are reading this, some students in a school close to you may be singing the anthem with passion, even if some words are mixed up in their music. They sing it with enthusiasm and a bright countenance. This stands at attention, right in their chest, looking straight ahead. They are interacting with the national anthem. No disturbances, please. Or perhaps, at this moment, the head of state is about speak somewhere or has finished and the policy band is already playing national anthem. Perhaps a national soccer team is singing a national anthem, along with accompanying brass band. All eyes are on them, hoping against. And the policy band is already playing the national anthem. Perhaps the national soccer team is singing the national anthem with accompanying brass band, and all eyes are on them, hoping against hope will match. Whether they win or not, the national anthem would have been sung, and patriotism will have edged through the emotions of the players and those who would have watched them. So, while the Constitution holds away its supremacy over the national anthem, the anthem does not contradict any of the provisions of the Constitution. Rather, it complements the nation's highest legal document and does not contest the national legal document and does not contest the national character's supremacy. Only the anthem's popularity is unqualified. Who blessed Ghana? Whatever differences exist between our national anthem and our constitution, the unmistakable distinction is how the anthem begins. The beginning of Ghana's national anthem is, to put it sweetly, beautiful, by starting with Ghana bless, our homeland Ghana. It's almost like saying, oh God, how can we begin to talk about Ghana if he didn't even create In fact, our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, stated in his independence speech, unmistakable link between Ghana as a nation and Gold Coast creator. Today, may I call upon you and that on this great day, let us all remember that for nothing requires to be done unless it has the support of God. Let us now follow Ghanaians. Let us now ask for God's blessings. And for only 2 seconds in our thousands of millions, we shall receive abundance of blessings. And in a minute silence on Independence Day, the new day will sway you up. Statement that shall not be drawn in counter remarks to the country. Of course, yes, our constitution proclaims that a secular state and not a state. Now, about being specific, let us not assume that everybody knows what that means. As one student just asked, the writing and the computation. When Ghana gained its independence in 1957, the country's head of state, still the Queen of England. Ghana was free country and Dr. Kwame Nkrumah was the prime minister, but it was not a sovereign state. We didn't have a supreme ruler since the head of state was a Queen of England, but with replication state, Ghana became fully independent of our colonial masters. The Queen of England was no longer ruling the country. What does this say about the founding fathers of this nation who approved that God be given the glory? Mhm. Mhm. Take a snapshot of two scenarios. The first is straightforward, and the second is observation. Now, the first one. When the lyrics of the national anthem was recited, at least it writes off the possibility of an act among them. Among them was any other so unbelievable, unbelievable. Can you provoke close. Speaking about divine guidance, several decades of nation challenges, political angels, West interest. Ghana proverbial statement that says fish gets rotten from its head. Or another Ghanaian wise saying alludes to their own. This is why indirectly the national anthem praises good leadership and gives us examples follow. Godly leaders give credit to God's guidance. Those who acknowledge that isn't it Ghanaian proverbial statement that says which gets rotten from its head? That is a fact. Fact. Whether or not it's fact. Agree or not, it's fact. God has always been involved in the affairs of humanity, Our national anthem then becomes prophetic when it calls on the God of all creation to bless our homeland, Ghana. Knowing we must, of necessity, believe in Him in order to seek His blessings. Any country acknowledge Ghana as a foreign or supreme. That's right. Any country that acknowledges Ghana as sovereignty or yeah. And one of the other. Any country acknowledge supreme. It goes on, goes on, goes on and on. That's right. Definitely, we need to acknowledge our national anthem. By all means, land where formal and informal education is paramount, its people. There's real land, quote, the land of freedom, contemporary ones. That's good. That's good. That's good. Mm-hmm. That's good. Lord mighty, a land where the sun rises and sets without hindrance, and the rain comes down in section. Wow. A land with rivers, lake, service of children. Talk about rivers and lakes, and our hands are up praise God who gave us primary food the storm. Who is Compare the following elements and observe the similarities. We have for land, Lord of God, full of grace. The Lord is within. Okay, definitely. Yes. I like to express the same notion that Canaan is blessed nation, a land flowing with milk, honey. That impression is obtained from statements open made to incidents Israel regarding a main input. Well, Land that is not locked, but land that is not locked, but that is open to the shore and decorated with the Atlantic Ocean. A land with large deposits of gold, diamond, bauxite, manganese, iron ore, and other precious minerals. Land where crude oil is accumulated plentifully onshore and offshore. Land the Sudeca, Black Rooster. It was too close. 112. 157 12 face. There is no way to go against it on this. Well, it may, but will be cut on able land cross the length and breadth of the country where kind of food crops are shortened. It may be their prosperity. For sure. Oh yes. It's all on one. Yeah, BC, BC, BC. Oh, okay. Able land across the length and breadth you could be wanting more blessings. Songwriters say, count your blessings, name them one by one. If Ghanaians were to count their blessings, definitely they cannot count one by one. Ghanaians, oh God, is being today going to be strange. That's what's gonna happen. Oh, yes. Well, be saved. Be saved. Be saved. Mm. You could fill the page of an entire encyclopedia of various ways in which our land has been blessed. A land where milk and honey flows. We have very cause of belief that God blessed this nation. Where before Anthem asked, and he continues to do so in response to our request for more blessings, recognizing that we are a blessed nation, acknowledging that we are blessed in this nation, making good use of what we've been blessed with, are ways of showing appreciation. Every Ghanaian has duty to, from time to time, lift up our eyes to the skies and simply bless our homeland Ghana. Another way of showing appreciation is to give back to the society. Now, how do we do that? Knowing very well that God doesn't need material things. What do you do for others? You do for me. You do for others. As we share one of our resources with others, we show that we appreciate what God has done for us. More blessings. New bondage. Let's check. New bondage. New bondage. Our homeland. Do all these blessings mentioned on foregoing mean that we don't need any more blessings? Certainly not. We're sure. Definitely, we need more blessings. Give us more blessings that's supposed to be used in. When the season ripe and rains are expected, the farmer looks up into the sky, pleading silently to God for rain, for bounteous harvest. Silently or loudly, his prayer is bring down the rain. Let not locusts come and destroy our farm. Let the fruits be succulent. Feed the nation. Make healthy throughout the season. To work hard. God, please bless our homeland Ghana. When a trader sits by her in the marketplace and blows silently before her creator, she desires great things. Oh, on several occasions, I've observed how trader upon opening. Safety on our roads is blessed. That is why lament reckless and overspeeding driving also takes lives away on 10 able-bodied persons to physically challenged ones who in some cases suddenly become dependent on others. We certainly need more blessings. Oh, this examination, the student sits in the class facing the teacher or facing the examination, and his prayer is, Lord, bless me in my desire to gain knowledge. Help me not only to pass example, but to win. Oh God, I trust you. Oh God, it is good. Boom, boom, boom. That is more blessings, more blessings, and wake up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The school professor stood straight before his meeting and gave a simple command at once. Like the interruption of thunder, the student began to sing, God bless our homeland Ghana, and they sang to reflection. Oh, yeah. Well, it's quite interesting to be ordained as ordained to be ordained. What other aspects of life haven't you come across yet? Divine interventions. Talking about divine guidance, several decades of nationhood, full of challenges, uphills, of course. Oh, to work. God is in control. Definitely, we will be overcomers. We are overcomers. God, we are overcomers. Yes, we are overcomers. Definitely, we are overcomers. It needs to be accurate, and other people's opinion must work accordingly. Alright. Okay, we'll go for break and come back after the 20 minutes break. I'm kind there 5 times. I don't so. It's kind of marking kind of fast for an individual and bro, what 300. That's my kind pa. Okay. Back from break. We continue. Our break period is over. We are continuing the attempt. Book by title The Cockerel. Debbie ran down the path beside the house. Look, Sandy, come and have a look at this. She knelt beside little bundle of fishes on the ground and gentle touched. Debbie ran down the path beside the house. Look, Sandy, come and have a look at this. She knelt beside the little bundle of fishes on the ground, gently touched it with her finger. Sandra appeared beside her. It's a baby Ted, she said. It might have fallen from its nest. And she craned her neck upwards to search the tree above their heads. Poor little thing, crooned Debbie as she stroked the shivering bundle. Poor mother, be so worried. She scooped it up. Look at it, big, Sandra said, laughing. It is so big. It looks like yellow plastic. Jiggled Debbie. She wrinkled. Finger like woven. Better find it best and put it back. Well, just have to look after him ourselves then. We'll make a soft neck for him and feed him. And when he grows up, he will stay in our garden. They spent the rest of the afternoon caring for the bed. They chose the older letterbox in the hedge for a neck. It was part of the front fence but the cypress hedge. The girls have filled the old box with dry grass clippings. It made a soft, comfortable nest. The half-fledged, ugly little creature opened and skulked for food. What do you think he eats? Sandy, they dug up worms with a garden trowel. They should really be mashed up, shouldn't they? I can't do it. You will do it, Sandy, Debbie said, shuddering. That's revolving. And think poor worms. Sandra held twisting worm close to his beak. Maybe they ate other things as well, said Debbie in a worried voice. They thought for a minute. And grass seeds. When he grows, can we keep? Don't you even care? She shouted. He was just a little baby. He was going to be our own special pet. And now he is dead. I bet it was that chocolate you tried. It's not my fault, Sandra shouted. It probably would have died anyway. You are just stupid. You cry about everything. You even cried when Mom threw boiling water on the ant and Sandra stamped angrily inside. Debbie knew it was true. She couldn't bear to think of. She wrapped the little bird in a tissue she found in her pocket, laid him under the edge, and covered him fallen leaves. Goodbye, Pippi, she whispered, then turned to Sobby, went into the house, dragging her feet. Whatever is the matter? Looking out from their awful head to hear. Are not 5 narrow sold for 2 pennies. Yet not one of them is forgotten by God. Not one of them. Debbie stared through the window. God knew every sparrow. The blue sky above the fence suddenly filled with a wheeling crowd of pigeons. A blackbird in the wattle tree tilted back his head. Change of book. This literature. Akama and his ring, golden ring. The heritage. When Sosu put down his school bag, he didn't notice someone sitting on a plastic chair in the porch. He had entered the house from the kitchen, where he knew his mother would be at work. He felt tired. The distance from their home to the Eden He was only too happy to put the heavy bag away. Having walked 2 miles from school, she had asked, "So, what is this bag for?" "My books," Mother Sasu replied. "Do you have to carry all your books to school every day?" Mother asked. Sosu hasn't thought about that, but he knew his mother was right. No, he didn't need to carry all his books every day. Just that he couldn't tell whether he would need this book or that book. So he carried everywhere. The price he paid for that was an aching back and tiredness. "Don't you have a timetable?" Mother asked. "I have a timetable." "Then you should know what book to take to school each day." Sosu not argued with his mother. But now, As he put his bag down, he knew he couldn't select the books according to his timetable as his mother wanted him to do. Every book was needed. Well, for the time being, Sosu entered kitchen hurriedly. He was never too tired. He was never too tired. Got something to bite before settling down to do his homework. So when he dashed into the kitchen, his mind was on something else. His mother, Mrs. Anku, was standing by kitchen sink, washing some utensils. Sosu always felt happy when he returned from school to find his mother busy doing household chores. Although she worked in the family store just outside the main building of the house, she knew when her children would be there. "What are you cooking, mother?" he asked, forgetting something important. He always forgets him. Many times, mother reminded his tune. "What did you say?" Mrs. Uncle asked. "What is she cooking?" Sosu asked again, still forgetting something. "Now that is better," Mrs. Uncle said. "Good afternoon, son. How was school?" "Very good, mother," Sosu said. "Only too much homework. They gave us a big homework today." "There you go again. So everything matters. How big is this time?" "You know, Mrs. Queens and his civil education," Sosu said, looking at piece of bread on the kitchen table. "What is this time? Does he want to write about courtesy for boys and girls?" "No, mother. The national anthem." "What about the national anthem? Don't you already know?" "Yes, mother. But Mr. Quiz wants more than just reciting it. He said we should find the meaning of all stars. He wants us to explain what the national anthem means, all in one day. He wants it in a week's time." "That's better," said Madame Anku. We would like him to be there. Now, Sosu quickly grabbed the piece of bread. He was about to bite into it when he remembered something his mother had always told him to do before taking things that don't belong to him. Can this piece of bread be mine? Please, he asked. He saw his mother smile. You mean, can you make it? You got it, mother. Yes, of course. Sasu didn't bother whether the piece of bread was dry or not. He left that decision to this ready mouth and hungry stomach. He was still crunching this dry bread when his mother said, You didn't ask about your sister, but she's well known. Don't try to be smart. I am smarter than you are. How? Before Mrs. Nku could respond, Vivian said, Uncle Sam has come. Uncle Sam has come. Their mother's elder brother, who lived at Tema. He was such a loving old man. Mrs. Anku and her family. Transferring to Bisco was a hard decision for me, but he finally went. This enjoyment don't precisely know. He enjoyed Big Boss, but not that book was full of interesting historical title, although it has full meaning attached to it. Well, Uncle Sam, just a little drawing. Fine, as long as it doesn't take all your time for studies. What have I taught you about hobbies? Sesu tried to remember something. Suddenly, he remembered and said, a little or be more studied. Look, my friend, there is time for everything. Now it is time to study hard. Get good grades and other good things will come running to you. That is the thing he loved about this uncle. He always works hard and expects people to work hard. We will see you some later in the evening. I will see you again as soon. Later than evening, Sosu was about to enter his room when his mother sent him. Now, the fear that dwelt in him, he sat down and looked at his mother. What was on your mind? Why did his mother want him to talk to him? He couldn't confirm that yet. Mr. Asu, you didn't know how to confront him. It will be. Mrs. Anku looked at her son as he sat on the kitchen stool. She herself locked the door to avoid their voices being heard by Vivian or brother, Uncle Sam. Tell me your reason, son, she said. What problem do you have with that boy? Eh? Just tell me. She saw her son staring hard at her face. She was sure that the boy might have done something bad. She spoke to the son. What is the problem? Mother, just that, eh? Well, I really don't like him. That boy, I don't know why, but every time he speaks, I don't just want him. Mrs. Anku saw the tears in her son's eyes. Sosu was speaking from his heart. She knew and she appreciated his frankness. The Atipo boy had been his fan. Mr. Anku was surprised. Do you mean he cannot walk at all? No. All must be dealt with without fear or favor. It needs to be crank. But please, mother, what time do you think I have to be there? This time round. Thank you, mother. I know things will be better. all are there, making sure for proper impact. It is good. Thank you, mother. Oh, Mrs. Ankutu Sos. Let me pray for you. Right there in the kitchen, Mrs. Anku prayed for Sasu. Even as she prayed, she knew that something just didn't work out well. Why would you do that? That evening, he supported Sasu massively. He couldn't control his tears. Uncle Sam smiled at Sasu and said, "No homework is too big for my own." Master Sasu, he always said that it was a way of making Sasu feel big and ready to do some hard work. Uncle Sasu, your one and only one nephew, who have troubled you a lot. What is it this time? Have they asked you to find out? No, Uncle Sam. But this is the one I like. And you have left me alone. Sasu called Vivian, who had gone to the bedroom. Hope of watching midnight team. You better come listen. Vivian, help me do my homework. It's very tedious for me today. I'm already late to bed. You should have come earlier than this. So won't you assist me? Please. Let's wake up early at dawn. Make sure you wake me up, else you'll be in trouble. I may not be able to wake up early. Please, help me do the work. Just 5 minutes. Let me see the work. I hope it's not loaded. It's only 3 questions. Come here, let me see. You children of today, why are you now coming to do your homework? Where were you this evening? I went to a friend. Vivian, where is your father? He is in the hall watching football match. Couldn't monitor Gideon. I will make sure you are punished today. It was very tedious for me, Mommy. I went to a friend to help me do a project work. You should have also finished your homework with him. Why only project work? It doesn't sound well for me. Oh, Mommy, please, don't report me to Daddy. I'm pleading. Please, Mommy. Don't report me to Daddy. Can you believe this? Many people decide to walk voice was not there. More vim for that. Of course, I now understand you. I may not report you to daddy, but next time, behave well. You know I don't like children who are obstinate. Can you believe this? Mama and his boy conniving to hide. Is that how you call it? Uncle Sam ignored the joke and asked his master, Mrs. Uncle, how come you didn't hear about that? I may not understand you. Well known, but disagreed. Many things before went through for you and Sasu. It is enough to know the history below. Understand what goes on in your country. And it's better you nurtured with own history. Uncle Sam spoke with notice. Well is sound well. They received many entries. I believe him. Finally, chose one than one. Did you ever meet him yourself? Vivian asked. No, I didn't meet him by myself. He must have gone to Perth. Then the music went on. You should have understood her. That is one thing they don't know. Well said, bro. That was very interesting. Knowing your history is one of the key things. Heritage Ghana entails a lot. Most people complete school without knowing much about their country. It is good for introduction so that people in the preschool can even learn. The rainbow is something they know. Is it something of relevance? Oh yes, but I'm not sure it's important in our history. But children know all the seven colors of the rainbow. It's very, very, very important in one way or the other. It's good to move on faster. And right refers to what is just. That means doing proper things. And doing the proper thing calls for being fair. Uncle Sam paused for a while and definitely rejoiced afterwards. I want you to mark the work. And how will you rate it? Fill our hearts with true humility. Rating it is not even the problem. It's about the assessment. That needs a matter of specialization. And it helps you to entail. That is the heritage of Ghana. So run away from ranking home steps. People do that for fun. I do that to gain knowledge. All depends on what goes in. Osasu laughed. So did Vivian also come here? That was right. I got it. When Sasu came in, he couldn't believe his eyes. But things fell apart. He tilted the review. Vivian was much worried about him. Why do you think so? His homework wasn't done. She assisted him to do it. Around 10 p.m. And you don't allow them to go to bed early. We were late from work last night. That gave them the free range. Well, that shouldn't even be the excuse. Train the child the way it should go. It's very important for them to obey instructions, whether in your presence or absence. Let's move on to this two. The Lisa own was worse, but now better change infraction, which is still dealing with it. No matter what happens, things are going to be better. And help us resist our oppressor's rule. At this point, Uncle Sam rose from his seat and walked around raising his forefingers. He explained that because the new Republic of Ghana had just emerged from the rule of colonial masters, the portion of the national anthem, like all of us, was important to us. Uncle Sam told them that the oppressors in the question was also important. They came into conclusion the Ghana national anthem is the best. Looking at its content, looking at the words one after the other, they are words of wisdom that we need not to underestimate. How many students know how to recite it? But we teach them how to recite it at early age, from preschool, but they don't take it serious. Some ministers cannot even recite it accurately, and that is a fact. Let's learn and learn well, because our heritage was won for us. It's good for us to be there for one another and work hard and hard and hard. We must rest for sure. Sosu ignores Atipu. Sosu and Vivian arrived in the school early, but Sosu didn't enter the classroom. While Vivian entered the classroom, took her seat near the front as usual. Sosu crossed over to the woman who sold wache in the kiosk under the mango tree on the other side of the main road. He loved wache and didn't want to miss it today. His mind was on the field and never wanted to miss it today. Wache is special delicacy. That is protein and huge in its own. It is good and edible source of protein. provided it is prepared well. Were the black and the white trips, but clothing was not necessary. Now culture is very dynamic and keep on changing. We end up copying most of the white, doing away with the most important aspect of the Ghanaian culture. I think we need to revisit our culture and restructure it in a way to our benefit. All things of well. As this two crossed his mind, he passed by a group girls. Hi, I hope you are all well. I'm not here to propose, if that's why smile. It is a word of encouragement. You see the problem we have? You are a girl, I'm a boy. So the moment a boy stops a girl, it's all about proposal. That is our perception. By the way, that is not the reason for calling you. Can you please introduce yourself more for me? Oh, I mean no harm, please. Yes, today is Heritage Day. I would like you to share some of the Ghana's Independence Day for me. Or better still, you can recite the national anthem or the pledge for me. Just to see how best you are able to capture that during your younger age. It looks funny, right? I know you are educated. It doesn't matter. We even have ministers who cannot recite it accurately. You see, you admit that. That's right. So I want to see. Your brain is still young, so definitely. Atipo's boldness. So Su's still writing. He saw so soon. So is still writing. Oh, I remembered and things must be better. It's good to be good. Nice one, of course. Head teacher, you must. He knew the head teacher, even as he stood behind, and the head teacher's office trying to go. Kuntu realizes that and was nice. Come into my office at once. Mr. T. Well. Looking at Phil. The pupils outside heard. The head teachers raised. Kuntu later narrates to the boys. Atipo also goes to the corridor. From one step to the other. Not what was expected, but one way the other. Oh, Jesus. Gentle Atipo. Tune in well and have your own way. It needs to be restructured. We must boast of it. Compassi. Uncle Sam, the national anthem. All is well. That is name. The terrain and ten. Our gifts of mind. Strengthens change of book. Our heritage. The book by title The Integrated Gift. Betrayed by the city. All was quiet in the fishing community along with the coast of half Asene. The April moon cast a pale glow on. The April moon glow, as far as the eye could see. Fishing nets were spread out to dry. The tall riven Atlantic Ocean was in. This must be better. The silence was broken. The silence was broken by the illumination of the bell. Kwaku gets up. He sat in the dark and pulled his young brother. Oh, Kwao replied in his sleep and turned over his side. Things must go well. It should be in a way. The silence was broken. All the yes, all was quiet and must be entitled. It needs to be fixed. Was quiet in the fishing community. Silence was broken. The dignitaries were here, and we are getting them work for. That is how it's supposed to be, and we must get them right. It is good to get it right. Wow, wow, get up. He said in the dark, and people face horror. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. It's good to come on. Come on, come on. It's better to deal with it. Still reading on. The paper is ongoing. It's good to read all. Getting it more. Come, let's watch until it gets to the top. No adjustment whatsoever. It's set for it. That's good. It needs to be positioned. It needs to be positioned. It needs to be positioned. Yes. And when you reach and read it well. All the best. basil, the basil, and it's going to boil. Delicious around water bodies. Most of them got tired. Meanwhile, two men advised to be. We couldn't allow them go. They wanted to pollute the environment. How do you pollute the environment? Defecating onto the water body, even on the compound. It's hard to do that. If you don't check it well, that's that is how it's supposed to be. Oh yes. Oh, oh. It's going to be. Oh, oh, oh. Have patience, Papa. This wife pleaded. You can get my information from her. She was able to undo. But it's too early. Let's see. Emma. Emma. Ah, okay. Papa, it's too early. Disturbances on the road. Our son's Papa Oko. The girl covered at her father's room. Look at mother. Her father moved menacingly towards her. Where are your brothers? He picked a broom lying in the corner of the room. Have patience, Papa. The two boys are in the house. Do you need their service? No, I just want to find out whether everybody is at home. Okay, Papa, bye-bye. That is okay for now. But whenever you are listening, let the conscience begin. Let it break down on this, and this will hold it tight. It's true, it's going well. But how does it improve it? Her son took a deep breath as a knee on. The old lady tried to hold him. Sit down, Nana. Nekuba. Sit down. His son took down. We are making it out of it. That is how we make it. Now everyone takes a seat. He mellows it in a way. That is how it's supposed to be read. There are photos you see, books, title you need to know. No branches. It's nice to learn. It's good to do. Most people have made it well, and it's nice in a way. Kofi baako, tontolonto. Why are you crying? Ezen Ekuba. I'm afraid Kwaku applied again. It's not me, Mr. People. You need to make it known. Why are you crying? Exam what I'm afraid. Qual replied and continued. Exam. This is of importance and we need to know what is best of it. It's good to be paying. All you know is to get it right. Better of this. It should be there in a company. We need to make it right. Why are you crying? As he started the engine, he bowed all the all. So he said, all the all. Kwaku will definitely assign, but won't tolerate it in any way. How are you crying? You will be there for next. Never focus on. It's good to make it. It's good to make it happen. Only God knows. Oh, God knows. Only God knows. Only God. God. No, so when they are bum, chapter, no credit.